contract negotiations pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 405-16, with possible action to follow under new business. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Gary, second for Councilor Walker. All those in favor? We're now in executive session. We'll go across the room, or hall, to the other room. There's a room like this. Order the City Council meeting of February 7th, 2022. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, good evening, folks. We have a couple more items we've carried over from our workshop into our regular City Council meeting. And I'm going to start off on that if I could. First one is presentation on permitting software with Brian Wood and Jill Cunningham, or just Jill Cunningham.
Oh, no, both of us.
Both, okay.
I don't know.
Alrighty. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you, we are just going to be updating you guys a little bit on the current status of our InterGov software. As you were aware, last year, we were making a push towards bringing significant amounts of our permits online, allowing businesses and residents to access their business permits or their business licensing, their permits, electrical, housing, all of that, bringing it online. Unfortunately, some of the challenges that we've had with InterGov have prevented us from moving forward with that. We are not alone in those challenges, so we're looking to alternative solutions that would provide greater connectivity, greater integration, and would allow us the flexibility that we need, both internally but also for customer service for our residents. So I will let Jill speak a little bit about what that would look like, what that process would look like, and what those next steps would be.
Great. Yeah, we're just looking for better functionality, customization, all of those things that we don't currently have with our software. So we'll be looking to put out an RFP and search the options that are out there for an entirely new platform for the permitting licensing software at this time. We obviously have our criteria being cloud-based, and customer citizen portal is our biggest demand that we want to implement right off the bat this time around.
Ultimately, I think this will be a phased approach. This is something that, given the process and the scope and the amount of different elements that will have to go into this, we're probably looking at a 12 to 18 month integration period.
Yep.
But this is, I think you'll hear from, or would have heard from staff, obviously from Jill, from planning and permitting. InterGov has been a bit of a challenge for some time now, and the ability to move forward in a different direction, I think will provide us the usability that we've been looking for, and I think moving forward now is the time for that. So, any questions?
Any questions from the council?
Yeah, so I understand that Auburn is, or at least was, a customer of Tyler Technologies' PACE program, which allows them to basically be continually trained on the Tyler Technologies product. And Tyler also has an evergreen policy that allows you free upgrades for life of the software. So I wonder, what have you done specifically with Tyler to make sure that InterGov is not the right software package for you?
So we've actually done all of those. We've done the most recent upgrade. We've gotten off of the Internet Explorer platform, moved to the HTML5 so that we could continue to grow. We were hoping with all of the current upgrades, we're in one of the most current states at this point, that it would help us, and it actually has prohibited our functionality. So we've gotten less ability to make adjustments to the system. We've had more forms issues. We are a PACE customer, So we use that, we train our staff, and we're still running into roadblocks continuously.
Any other questions or comments? Counselor?
Yeah, I understand we got to move forward and probably we do have to have more software, but what kind of price range are we looking at here in the next 12 to 2 years' time?
Sure. So the implementation, so the cost of the software, there will be a period, obviously, where we would be running 2 platforms while there's integration and migration over to a different platform. Ultimately, we're looking for the cost of the actual software, the annual licensing fee, and then some support to actually do the implementation. So ultimately, we're looking at $150,000 for the software implementation and the purchase of at least 1 year of the license. Obviously, it would be a multi-year contract, but that's something that would be supplanted or would supplant the current costs that we're paying right now, so that we wouldn't see a huge change from one vendor to another.
If I could, from a return on investment standpoint, from a customer service standpoint, coupled with ROI, it would seem that, and it might be hard to quantify, but the ease in which our residents can actually conduct everything from dog licensing to, permits, this would, in layman's term, be all encompassing, correct?
Correct. It is absolutely our goal, and similar to what we looked to roll out when we unveiled this online portal and initiative last year. Those goals would still be the same.
Okay. Great, thank you. Is there any other questions? If not, this is going to come a little bit later on in the form of an order for the appropriation of $150,000 in Arpa money for this project.
Correct.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Good luck on software. It's a good time. It's a good
We
time.
have Jill.
Next on our list, we have a budget portal presentation, actually, by Jill Eastman and Kelsey Earl. Since we're on technology and portals, just Kelsey, straight on
I traded
Kelsey.
out Jill's. I'm going to keep Jill Cunningham.
Why not, right?
Jill's Jill.
He's already in the driver's seat at this point. So this is the new tool we wanted to introduce you all to. Historically, we've used some fairly large binders with about 1.5 trees worth of paper in it for budget books. And the whole idea behind this is to modernize and streamline that budget book process for you. This tool will be accessible anywhere, anytime, and available on our website at some point once the budget's been presented. It has live interactive data, whereas the paper books that used to be provided used to have to replace information once it had been updated. So they were always kind of out of date. And any changes or updates that are made can be reflected in this portal. Jill's going to show you some of the options and how you can kind of drill down into that and what you can see on the portal. But it creates a lot more ease of access for both you and your constituents. Because it's going to be available on the website, it's not just available to you, it's available to them as well.
So this is a third-party vendor that used Power BI to create a beautiful graphic out of our Munis database that gets refreshed every morning. So as the finance team updates information, you all will receive it at the same amount of time. This is a budget overview, so just the current metrics on the budget, what's spent, just kind of a top-level view. There'll be another tab down below that's going to give you budget versus actual. No. That will be there. They were working on refreshing some data for us today. So this is all of the departments in the city, their current budget, what's currently spent, what's remaining, percentage, prior year budget. From here up top, I'm looking at 21. So we'll click to 22, and you can filter a department and see that department's information. So at your fingertips, you guys can drill down, see each department, go through, and look at stuff anywhere, anytime. And last, yep,
Granular all the way down to names of employees and things?
it is not. So it's as granular as this. So a salary line.
I can't really tell what's on there. So by department, how many employees, salaries?
It
that
does
sort of-
not have the FTE count. It just has the budget amount. So this is pulling from the general ledger budget information on the total spent, total budgeted, council adopted. So from here, we'll present the budget entry when the finance department is ready, with each department and the budget line items that the department requested, manager is proposing to the council, and then finally you'll have the council adopted with some current year information. So this will get rolled out once the management team makes a final budget presentation to you guys. We'll publish it on the website after that.
How many years back, I'm sorry, does it go? For comparison contrast? 5 year,
5,
5-year look back? Okay.
yeah.
You actually can do, let's say 2022, 23 budget compared to 2018? You can do a comparison on that when that
I
budget
think
or
the budget
multi-year?
entry only does 3 years.
Oh, 3 years? Okay, so you have a 3-year look back at least.
Yep, down here. Yep.
Is there any other questions for Jill and Kelsey on this, Dana?
Yeah, well, how much did this cost?
11,000.
And why are we not using the Tyler product that we've purchased? A lot of this comes out of the box with Tyler.
So we have spent 2 years working through the custom reporting and all of their reporting tools. And everything has to be built out to fit the needs that we want to present to council. There's a lot of other information that we don't want presented, and we needed a different tool. This took multiple programmers to build it so that we can filter out and say exactly what we want presented. We went down the road, we paid the trainers, we did every effort possible.
Are you using Tyler's hub?
Yes,
And have you tried to build this exact page with the hub?
we tried and we weren't successful.
Yeah, I'll certainly say that was our original goal. That was our original intent. I think within the first couple of months I was here, this was a version of this. I was like, oh, well, why can't we just do something like this? And Jill said, oh, we have that capability. And then we started down the path of kind of drilling down into that a little bit more. And again, I think just capacity both on our end in the time and also the financial investment with the amount of training days that we receive in our contract, and then building out additional training days on top of that. We really just wanted to also start looking at a solution, I think, that would allow us to stand up something for this budget season. So this was a solution that was both cost-effective but also timely.
So is this going to show us if Public Works, for instance, wanted 3 dump trucks at such a cost and something else at such a cost? Is it going to be in there that way, or is
No,
it
it's
just a
not going to
total?
break it down to that granular level. It's going
How-
to give you the
How
overview.
will we get to see any of that?
Yours,
You're still gonna get your CIP plan, and you're still gonna get the budget book that we did last time. That information you'll still receive. That will have the request in, you'll be able to see that. This is for you to say, if you recall at our retreat, I think, there was a request to say, look, we need a little bit more information. This gets you there. So when you're seeing that request from PW, you could actually go on right now, and one of my items for city manager report is to talk about the winter operations with Public Works and the threshold that we're hitting currently with their overtime and with the purchase of salt. You'll be able to go right on there and look right at it, and see exactly what the number is, what we've expended. That's all live information that you'll be able to access immediately, and so won't the public.
Yep. Great. No, I'm looking forward to this. This brings us definitely into the 21st century. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing this demoed and then rolled out to the public. And again, that's going to happen after our first budget presentation, correct?
That's great.
Okay. Next we have one consent item on the agenda. I'm going to entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion from Councilor Mills and a second from Councilor Walker.
These things ain't on, are they?
Are these on? Or are these just extremely well tuned?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to keep going. So consent agenda, we have a motion, Councilor Mills, second from Councilor Walker. All those in favor? Consent agenda passes unanimously. Next are the minutes of the January 18th, 2022 regular city council meeting. Are there any corrections? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the January 18th, 2022 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Staples. All those in favor? Approved 7-0. Maybe the mics weren't on. Okay. Mr. Wood, were the mics on before or no?
You can hear on the television, but
Okay, that's why our phones didn't explode with people saying they couldn't hear.
So that's
Next is communications, presentations, and recognitions. First up, I got Conservation Commission communication update. Mr. Boss, podium or table, choice.
Right. Tough choice. I like a good lectern, but this will do. This way I have more control. All right. Good evening, members of the council, mayor, staff, and members of the public. I'm Sam Boss. I'm the chair of the Conservation Commission. At our last meeting on January 19th, the commission approved our annual report, which is included in your packet. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to review accomplishments and activities from last year, but I'm going to take this opportunity to highlight some initiatives and things I think you should be aware of throughout your term on the council. Some things that I think are important priorities for you to be considering. So, it's our first slide. Number one, the first, and I think what should be the top priority among many good priorities that I'll be talking about, is the Monty Hydro Dam on Great Falls, which is currently undergoing a relicensing process that happens once every 40 years. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Auburn to advocate for what we want this centerpiece of our region to look like. Brookfield, the dam operator, makes 10 to 20 million annually in profits from this dam. Now, hydropower has many benefits, don't get me wrong, but it's important to recognize that these benefits don't come without a cost. It's a pretty good illustration of this. So when they're open, well, let me go back actually. When they're open, I think this falls is probably the best urban falls in all of the state of Maine. But this is what it looks like for most of the year. Up until the late 80s, the falls were open about 146 days of the year. Currently, they're only open about 43 days on average. So it's a pretty significant difference. So the relicensing is our chance to push for improvements and compensation on the ecological impacts, on the recreational impacts, economic impacts, etc. That can include things like advocating for more flow and more days when the falls are open, improve recreational opportunities such as boat passage, water quality monitoring technology, and more. This past year, we worked with Eric Cousins, the Androscoggin Watershed Council, Grow LA, and a range of other partners to coordinate study requests as part of the FERC relicensing process. These study requests assess the impact of the dam and opportunities for improvement. Eric deserves a huge shout out for his work on this. This is a pretty complicated process, and he's done yeoman's work just pulling together the different pieces for the study requests. So one thing that I would say going forward for you as a council is, really work on raising public awareness. And that's something that the Conservation Commission is really keen to do as well. Thinking about ways that we can make sure that the public understands that this is an important process, this is a good opportunity. It's something that doesn't come up very often. And, honestly, the dam operators like it if this goes through very quickly without a lot of public input. Because it's so technical, the public tends not to get into the weeds with this. If we can really push to advocate and to raise public awareness and say, here, this is what we want in return for what we're giving you as the dam operator, that can have real benefits to this community. So, speaking of dams, we've got a couple of other dams that some of you may recognize, some of you may not, but I think they're also good to be aware of. The Little Androscoggin, I think, is a real gem in this community that I think is underutilized. I think we tend to overlook what a great asset it is. Runs right through the heart of New Auburn. Great fishing. I love to fish there. There's a ton of opportunity for boating there. I think we could really, do some improvements, adding hiking trails or connecting existing hiking trails along there. In line with goals from Auburn's strategic plan, the Conservation Commission is continuing to explore opportunities for making some of these improvements, including adding trails, boat access, and improved fish passage. So the lower Barker Mill Dam on the left just went through a relicensing process that finished up in 2019. Right now that's gummed up in appeals, but they were told, KEI, the dam operator, was told they needed to make improvements to fish passage on that dam. Upper Barker, that's up for relicensing in 2023. So this is a good opportunity for us to be thinking about what we can push for. Hopefully one of the things that we'll get is better fish passage. But it's important for us to show that this is a priority, that we actually care about this, because otherwise I think it can just kind of get pushed through in the dark. So something to think about, and something that you could do potentially to show that this is a priority, that the Little Androscoggin is a priority, is to look at getting rid of this breached Littlefield Dam, which is right over by the Martindale Golf Course. This is, I guess, kind of a rite of passage if you're on the Conservation Commission to come and talk about the Littlefield Dam. It's something that we've wanted to get rid of for years. It doesn't serve any purpose. It's been breached since the 80s. But if we get rid of this, it would improve fish passage. It's a partial barrier to fish going upstream. It could improve recreational access. It would improve the beauty of the area. And I think it would add a lot to that general part of Auburn. So, changing gears here a little bit. I think one of the last issues that maybe all of us could agree on is that we all hate brown-tail moths. That is something that I think deserves a lot of attention from this council in terms of, thinking about what we can do to make the experience of the public better. This is a public health issue. This is an environmental issue. Obviously, last year, it was a nightmare just getting outside for a lot of people because of just how bad the brown-tail moth caterpillars were. So we've been working hard over the past year. Done a lot of work with Liz Allen to coordinate with the Maine State Forest Service to get information out to the public about what steps you can take to address the brown-tail moth caterpillar problem. I want to stress that the real issue is the caterpillars with their itchy hairs. So something I would emphasize now is that this is the time to really be paying attention to this. The month of February is Brown-tail Moth Awareness Month in the state of Maine. And that's because this is when you can get at those nests. If you look at the image on the right, this is when you can see those nests very easily up in the trees, cut them down, and destroy them with prejudice. This is something that we should all get behind. So I would just highlight one of the videos that Liz made, which I think has been a template actually for the Maine State Forest Service because it was so good. Did a really good job getting the word out about that. She's put a number of things out on Facebook. So, really continuing the work. We've got a couple of events. A fellow Conservation Commissioner, Dave Griswold, is going to tell you a little bit more about those later. But I'd be grateful for your support in getting the word out about that to your constituents and just flagging that. Another invasive species that we should all be paying attention to is the emerald ash borer. These are already over in Oxford County. They're coming this way. We've got a trap. You can see that trap on the right. Dave has been monitoring that trap regularly over the past year. Fortunately, we have not found anything at this point. So that's good news, but inevitably the emerald ash borer will get here, and when they do, it can cause real problems. We have 430 street trees that are ash trees in the city of Auburn. And so if you think about 500 to 1,000 to remove each one of those, that could be a significant expense and something that we should definitely be planning for going forward. So the last thing I would talk about here is community engagement, which is a favorite for me. But beyond just being a feel-good item, I think it's really important for us to think about the community benefits that we gain by getting people out and about, getting them to see the beautiful natural resources that we have, taking advantage of the trails, getting to see the wildlife that we have. So as part of Winterfest, the past couple of years, we've had winter wildlife walks. We had a winter tree and bird ID walk over in Pettingill, in the Pettingill Forest. Speaking of underutilized resources, I'm almost always the only one to ever be in there when I go hiking there, but I think it's a real gem. We could do a lot more to promote that and let people know that that's a place to hike and get exercise. Over in Sherwood Heights, we had a great hike with the Androscoggin Land Trust just recently, so that was a great opportunity to get people out. We probably had 15, 20 people there over the course of the day, so that was a lot of fun. The litter pickup for Earth Day we did last year, that was a great event. That again, I think just gets people out, gets them to appreciate what we have in Auburn, and also raises awareness about litter, raises awareness about a bunch of environmental issues. You can see I've got a nice picture of Brian up here. He came out to help us out. We had 40 volunteers. Yeah, Brian in the Maine sweatshirt too.
But.
My Auburn one was dirty.
Yeah, so we had a great turnout for this. We had 40 people, picked up about 100 bags of trash. There was a lot of stuff that wouldn't fit into bags. We had bicycles, we had tires, we had all kinds of other stuff. So it was really nice to get a lot of volunteers out there spending their time in the city. We're hoping to do that on an annual basis and make that a real key piece of our outreach for Earth Day. We had a bunch of events for Arbor Day. We had tree plantings. We had, a station down at the Lewiston Farmers Market. We're giving out seedlings, doing some community education. So really just working to get the word out and build appreciation of our natural resources here in Auburn. So what I would say to conclude is, think of us as a resource. We have a lot of expertise on our committee. We have, people who have been environmental studies professors. We have people who are licensed foresters. We're clearly very dedicated to the city and eager to work with you. So I would just encourage you to reach out to us if there are ways that we can be supportive. And I would thank you for your time. Yeah.
Question.
Councilor Milks?
Do you know if there's ever been a cost or a price to removing of the Littlefield Dam?
So there have been comparables. There was a grant a couple years ago, I think in 2018, my predecessor on the Conservation Commission, Jordan Tate, pulled together some comparables, and I think the range was $250,000 to $1 million. But it's tricky because the access is the biggest challenge there. But looking at a map, if you look at a satellite image of where this location is, it's not far from MWAC. So even though there's not a road that goes directly up to the dam, you might be able to get some of that material, I don't think you could get it onto a barge because the water is so shallow, but it seems to me there ought to be a way to pull some of that concrete out and bring it right over to the road that runs behind MWAC. So I think this is very doable. And I think we should really think about it because it would really show our commitment to making the Little Androscoggin a resource in this community.
Any other questions? Councilor Gray?
Small one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you talked about Arbor Day events, is it just regular trees like elm trees and oak trees, or is it fruit trees as well?
So I think for Arbor Day, and Dave could speak more to this, but I think Arbor Day is to promote trees of all kinds, except for the invasive ones. We don't want any more of those. But yeah, I think we're eager to get people to plant trees, and fruit trees I think are tremendous because they provide food for us, and yeah.
If you had a spare 4 or 5, maybe 6 tops, we've got a place maybe over at the Newbury Street Garden outside the fenced-in area for fruit trees. And maybe we need your expertise on a couple trees we got planted.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, please reach out.
Very good. Any other questions? One question, I just want to, as a thought for all of us here, you've talked about a couple great assets, namely Sherwood Forest, Pettingill Forest, neither one of which appears on any city website that I can find. The closest mention of these is Hitchcock Land Trust website. LA Trails is defunct and so forth. It might be something worthwhile looking into, adding some of these. If you start asking why people don't know about them, what's that old adage? If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, does it make a noise?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, actually, on that point, we've got, in my day job, I work over at Bates College. I coordinate opportunities in the community. We've got some students who have worked to create story maps that feature these different trail systems. So if you actually go to the annual report, the electronic version, you should be able to click on one of those story maps that features the Pettingill Trail. I would also say we've been working with Rosemary Mosier on creating the open space index that's part of our ordinance. We've got a bunch of different layers. There's a lot that goes into doing that right. But one of the things I definitely hope to do is, as part of that, is to have a map that has consolidated all of the different publicly accessible trails in Auburn.
Okay, great. Great. AuburnTrails.org is for sale for $3.99. Just saying.
There you go.
Thank you very much for your time. This is good stuff. I'm sure we're going to follow up too. Thank you. Next, Auburn Public Library. There we go. Mamie. Always great to see you. Mamie Antoine, the Executive Director. Mamie Antoine 9.
All right, good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and guests. I'm Mamie Antoine, I'm the library director, and I'm here to just give you a quick overview of the library. One of the things that I will give you is a very brief history. The library was chartered in 1890. It was opened in 1891. In 1904, they opened the Carnegie-funded building, which is the small building in the upper right-hand corner of the drawing, and that was 5,000 square feet. And fast forward to 2006, they completed a renovation which brought the library to a total of 33,000 square feet. And that is the drawing that you see there. The renovation allowed us to have a community room, conference room, computer lab, study rooms, teen center, media lab, and a cafe. There we are. Just to give you a brief overview of the organization. We're a 501c3 tax-exempt organization. We have a board of directors, and I want to say that we're very happy to have with us. And excuse me. So I'm the library director. We have 4 departments: administration, lending, and collection services. They are the people that get the books into the library and out into the hands of the people. We have adult and teen services, which also oversees our public computing, and we have children's services. We have 22 employees, 10 full-time, 12 part-time, 4 with a master's in library science, and 4 with the certification from the Maine Library. Just on a few brief statistics, on average, we see about 260 people a day, and that is down quite a bit because of COVID. We still haven't recovered to our numbers, and in talking with other libraries, very few have, if any. We have 55,000, so far this year we've had 55,000 visits to our website, which I think is pretty good. We've circulated 67,000 items. We have a total collection of 89,000 items. We issued 452 new cards, and that is a bit unusual. Our program attendance is way down. It's just at about 3,500, and our computer usage, I'm sorry, that line should also say that there are about 300 plus programs that we give, and the computer usage was about 3,200. So our mission is to engage, enlighten, enrich. Our goals are in summary, our goals are to connect with community, provide meaningful services, and stay current with the library profession. Our contacts include, with the community, services for senior housing, early promise education, which is formerly Head Start. St. Dom's, we host their practice for their moot court program. AVEC, which is the county organization that provides, that coordinates AP courses for high school students. They actually come into the library and they bring in, they have a, I think, a intensive writing class, math, and I think also civics class.
That's a county-run program?
Well, there are 7 schools involved. So these are.
Auburn? Not Auburn.
Yes, Auburn.
Auburn's as well, too? Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and actually, we coordinate the visits through the high school. And so anyway, so we work with the Chamber, the PAL Center, LA Arts, Age-Friendly Committee, the Chamber Intellectual and Developmental Disability Services. And I should have mentioned Book Reach, thanks to Rick Whiting. We have a service agreement with Minot. We card share with Lewiston, and we are part of the statewide borrowing program. And giving you a quick overview of our budget, this is the current year. We have a total of $1.3 million, of which $1.1 million comes from the city, which is about 80% of our funding, and that's about average for most public libraries. We have endowment investment income. We have other revenue, and we have donations and fundraising. And this past year, we instituted a new fundraiser called Books Around Town, and we prepared a number of bags with either advertising or gift cards, discount coupons, and actual items from local businesses, and it was very successful. In our expenses, our personnel was about $853,000, which is about 60%, which is also standard for most public libraries. Maintenance and utilities, financial insurance, library materials, which is an interesting challenge for us right now because we still purchase a lot of books, but we also purchase a lot of online audio materials to supplement the statewide collection that we're a part of. And that is because we need to expand it because we have the demand for it. And we'll probably be shifting over the next few years, we'll probably be shifting more into electronic materials because things like CD players are going away. So we won't be purchasing books on CDs anymore. Our programs are about $20,000, and all of our other expenses come to $71,000. Our challenges right now are COVID. We find that we have to be able to pivot very quickly. We closed for 6 weeks initially. We opened up, then we closed again in the winter. We opened up again, and now we require masks in the library. We have sanitation stations, which will probably never go away. And we do our best to make sure that both the staff and our customers are comfortable in the building. We try and maintain as many communications as community connections as possible. And we also, like I mentioned, with electronic audiobooks and electronic books, that we are adapting to changing library needs. And then our big news is that we have a new staff member. He is the Director of Morale and Mischief, and his name is Sonny V.S. Houdini. And he resides in our staff area, or in our administration area, and he's there primarily for the staff. But we also continue to host cats from the Greater Androscoggin Humane Society that are adoptable people can come in and visit with them. We are on our 27th and 28th cat in a year and a half, and all but 1 or 2 of them have been adopted, and they had to go back because they had upper respiratory infections. So it's a very, very popular program, and it's done a lot to bring the staff together. So that's our big news, and that's the quick overview.
No, that's great, Mamie. Thank you very much. Is there any questions?
No, I just have a compliment. Congratulations on the 5,000 gift to Book Reach, anonymous gift
Wow.
that I just read about. I think it was the Lewiston newsletter came out, but it's a program of both libraries.
Yeah.
So that's tremendous.
Yeah, the Book Reach program is a really nice group of staff, of volunteers who go out to family-based daycare centers, and each week they go and they read to the children. They bring a bag of books, and then at the end, they exchange books so that there are constantly books going in and out. And we've had some nice investment before, but this one is really, really good.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Mamie, for your time tonight, and best of luck to you and Houdini,
Thank you very much.
especially Houdini. 20, how many, 22 cats?
Pardon me?
You placed 22 cats?
We have 27 and 28 with us now, and we adopted one. We had one failed one failed foster, and all of the others but 2 have been adopted.
Okay, that's outstanding. And next up, we have a city clerk overview with our city clerk, Susan, Claire.
Thank you, Mayor Levesque and city councilors. I'm Sue Clements Delaire, and I'm here to present, to give you a brief overview of the office of the city clerk. We're probably one of the smallest, if not the smallest, departments of the city. Okay, I don't know how to, oh, there we go, okay. All right, so this is, we have 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Myself, city clerk, Allison Pepin and Denise Spooner, they are licensed specialists. Allison is actually the deputy city clerk, and Denise is an assistant city clerk. Christy Bourget works 20 hours a week. She is our marijuana license specialist, and she focuses just on marijuana licensing. Some of our primary duties would be licensing, record management, and elections. Over the last year, we have issued 151 marriage licenses, 285 businesses are licensed. Some of those have multiple licenses. 72 of those are licensed marijuana businesses, both medical and adult use. We have 29 additional marijuana licenses pending. 11 are pending the okay from the state, and 18 are pending city approval. So as far as record management, we prepare council agendas, minutes, orders, ordinances, and resolves. We have to make sure that the code of ordinances are updated. We keep books in the office, as well as we host the municipal code on our website. We try to update those quarterly. We're also responsibility for tracking boards and committees, appointments, and all of that, and vital records. We have issued 343 birth records in the last year, 1,789 death records, 399 marriage certificates, and 221 disposition permits. The reason the death certificates are so much higher, I know this has come up in the past, we are a hospice city, so we have a lot of people that pass in Auburn. And typically when somebody purchases death certificates, they'll get, an average of 5 to 10.
So we're not losing 1,200 citizens a year? Net loss of
Exactly.
population?
And typically, if somebody comes in for a birth certificate, they're usually getting 1, maybe 2. So elections. We have approximately 16,600 registered voters in Auburn. We have 5 wards, 3 polling places. That's a recent change because of COVID. We handle voter registration, absentee voting. You can absentee vote by mail, in person. We're also required to visit the licensed nursing homes in Auburn. We have 7 licensed facilities that we have to go and conduct absentee voting. Recruiting and training election staff. We have to hire anywhere between 30 and 100 people to work each election, depending on the type of election, and whether or not people are willing to work the full day or half a day. We also require additional staff to process absentee ballots and assist in the clerk's office, especially now that so many more people are voting by absentee ballot. It's difficult for our current staff to keep up in the office. Prior to every election, we have to test all of the equipment, and we have to test every ballot style. We have 12 tabulating machines, and we have 5 accessible voting machines. Those are ballot marking devices for folks that have disabilities. For example, if somebody's visually impaired, they would probably opt to use one of those ballot marking devices. Depending on the election, during a primary election, we could have approximately 20 different ballot styles. So we have to test each and every one of those styles. We prepare the election paperwork and all of the supplies that go to the polling places. We handle nomination papers. We have to validate petitions, campaign finance reporting, and we have to attend party caucuses. We do have a caucus scheduled for, the Republican caucus is scheduled for Saturday, March 12th in Turner. And we haven't heard from the other parties yet. Some of the challenges, retaining qualified, trained office staff. That has been a challenge over the last few years. We've had a lot of turnover. Some of that is because of, better opportunities, positions that offer more pay or better growth opportunities. Also, election workers, it's very difficult to find and retain election staff. And especially with COVID, we had a lot of the people that used to work elections, they've opted not to work during the pandemic. Most of them are their retirement age, and some of them have underlying health conditions, so we have lost a lot of our regular workers. Another challenge is limited storage space. We're considered the historians in the municipality. We have to keep records, many of them we have to keep forever. So we've got very limited storage space. And also clerks and election officials are being faced with challenges due to the current political climate. We're noticing that more and more, especially since the 2020 election. I know of at least one municipal clerk who has had a death threat. There's a lot of mistrust. So, we're faced with those challenges as well. And just to give you a glimpse in our record room, which, there's barely a path to walk through. You can see on the left are our fire-resistant cabinets where we keep the birth, death, and marriage records. If you look to the right, the red and blue metal boxes, those are boxes that we use after each election. We have to keep the ballots locked in those boxes for a certain period of time. Then they're transferred over into those cardboard boxes. Some of them we have to retain for 2 years. Some of those records we have to keep for 5 years. So, it's a little crowded. And then you can see to the right, there's a shelf, but it's buried behind all of those election materials. So it's very challenging if we have to, get something on that back shelf and get something. We have to move all of that, those ballots and boxes forward to be able to get in there. The tabulating machines, you can see the black cases. Those are the tabulating machines. That whole back row is lined up with the 12 machines. Those have to be kept in a locked, secured place. So So it is very challenging. And that's
Mr.
all I
Mayor,
have.
if I could add, just, Sue won't mention this, but we're really fortunate to have Sue and her skills and abilities. But one thing she won't mention is just the position that she has within the state and on other boards. So Sue, I want to put you on the spot. Just share about what you do, and then one of the initiatives that is taking place with the state is regarding voter registration and the work that the state is doing to maintain that list. Can you just share a little bit about that as well?
Yep. Well, first of all, as far as the boards, I serve on the Maine Town and City Clerks Association, and I have since 2014. I served on the executive board for 3 years and then as secretary for 5, and currently I'm the second vice president. I'm also very involved in different committees. The one is the election working group. I'm on the certification committee. I'm on their budget committee. And I'm also the secretary for the New England board. I've served on the executive board for 3 years, and now I'm serving as the secretary. So it's a really good opportunity to get to network with, other clerks, and just, it's a great way to share information and to stay in the loop and keep informed. What Phil was talking about, we have approximately 16,600 registered voters, and periodically the state will do it's called voter list maintenance. So they actually haven't done it, I don't think, since 2011. It's how they clean up their voter files and look for duplicate voters and that sort of thing. Recently, the state, we got involved with the ERIC. We're now an ERIC member. It's the Electronic Registration Information Center. So there are 31 states that are in this program, and basically what they do, they track, driver's license numbers, social security numbers, names, addresses, to try to find, people that may be registered in more than one state. Or they'll, are there deceased voters that are still in the voter registration systems as active. So they haven't really, they're still working on it. They've just started. I think they're going through the depths right now. But it sounds like it's going to be a while before they're able to do that, from what I understand. So they're in the process of doing this voter list maintenance, but I think it's going to be slow going. It's not something that we can do. We can't. We've actually been asked if there's a duplicate voter, not to remove them ourselves. We have to reach out to the state, let them know this information. They take care of it on their end. That's.
Very good, thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else? Any other questions for Sue?
You were describing that you're having trouble with retention with people coming back each year to help out with elections. Do we have anybody that goes out there and works with local colleges to talk to political science majors and see if they'd be interested in helping out on those days at all?
I've actually reached out to Central Maine Community College before, and I got zero interest. But, I think, we're trying to be as creative as we can to try to get people involved. I know that I have reached out to high school students before, because they can actually work if they're 17 years old, if they're registered to vote. And they can register at 17, and they can vote in the primary if they're going to be 18 on or before Election Day. So I've actually recruited a couple of high school students.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Councilor Gard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that note, on retaining or getting volunteers, they also get a stipend. It's not a big one, but they get a stipend for their work.
They're paid hourly. Yes.
How is your record preservation going?
It's going well. The last couple of years, the council has approved, I think this past year, council approved $50,000. The year before, it was $20,000, so it's been really good to get some of those records restored.
Now, are these records stored in that room that you showed us?
Yes.
What's the size of that room?
I don't know the size. It's not very big. I can find out.
It's not, I just was curious on that part. With 16,600 voters, how soon, or do you have to redistrict awards? Or
Yeah, we're starting that process now. So we're probably going to be, I'm going to be working with Rosemary Mosier, and we're probably going to be coming to you maybe this summer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. So thank you. Have a great night. No, you can't go home yet, of course. You still have to work.
Next on communication, we have community and business development overview.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. It's a magic computer. I'll just sit here. Ready. Again, thank you very much. I'm Glenn Holmes. I'm the Director of Business and Community Development, and let's talk about my team. So, obviously, over the last year or so, my team has grown some. We were fortunate enough to get a HUD-led grant. We folded in public health as well as general assistance into the Business and Community Development Department. So we currently have 8 people on staff, and with the funds that we have from federal government, we'll be adding hopefully 2 more positions in the coming budget cycle. And we still have 1 position that we haven't filled yet, which is a Housing Rehabilitation Program Coordinator, as we continue to build that program out before we take any further steps there. Public health, Jen Edwards. I think most of you know Jen. The public health vision is to create and promote a healthy Auburn, all by addressing systematic issues, improving community resource identification, networking and communication, and assisting customers with navigation of community resources in order to contribute to better individual and community health for all who live, work, and recreate in Auburn. It's a big mouthful and a lot of work. What we're not is we're not the pandemic response team, nor are we focused on aspects of public health that are medical and clinical in nature. So obviously the fire department's done a great job with that in the pandemic, and we don't want to take any of that credit away. That's not what the public health department's been doing. We're focused more on the root causes of the problems and try to get them solved. Our focus is on the development and improvement of systems and networking of resources to benefit public well-being, outcomes, and improvements in the social determinants of health in our community. And when Jen wrote that, I said, well, what is a social determinant of health? So basically, these are what we're really looking at: access to quality education, workforce preparation and training, creating long-term economic stability for people and businesses, timely access to quality health care, mental health supports, including access to trauma-informed providers, substance use treatment, and case management when needed. Need to access strong social community connections, which is really about getting people connected into their community. Individual and household economic stability is really, really important. Adequate household income and access to financial improvement opportunities, access to healthy food and housing stability, which are really some of the major projects this council's been focused on for as long as I've been here, which I know is still a short time. Quality of surroundings, which includes access to transportation, clean water and air, access to green spaces, neighborhoods free of violence and crime, and quality, safe housing and options are available. General assistance. Jeff Tardick is the General Assistance Manager. He also is new to the city, been here for about 9 months now, I believe, and doing a great job for us. So I'm sure most of you know General Assistance is a state mandated program administered by the city, which can assist with basic necessities such as food, clothing, shelter, fuel, electricity, non-elective medical services if they're physician recommended, non-prescription drugs, and telephone where medically necessary. This is a voucher program, so no cash actually goes to an applicant. So if somebody comes in and needs something, there's a voucher that's provided so that they can go get that work done, be able to get food, and those types of things. We do have a work requirement. The pandemic put that on hold for a while. It is back in swing. For able-bodied individuals that are able to go out and work, pay the program back, and do work fair. So they also have to do weekly job searches, which are monitored by the GA administrator. The goals are to assist Auburn families, individuals to achieve self-sufficiency, ensure Auburn families and individuals access other assistance prior to requesting general assistance, and work closely with our community partners to ensure needs are being met. And this is where I give Jeff a lot of positive comments, because he really has worked hard since he's been here to make sure that all the other services that are available out there, he's partnering with them, making those connections and making those things work, so that we really save this money for the people who need it the most. Assistance provided, last calendar year, we had 103 applicants, 82 cases were assisted, and 109 individuals were served. The total expenditure was $82,588, of which $76,949 was spent on housing. So that really is the biggest need, which we're really working hard at. Community development. So this is all of the federal programming that we have. So just to kind of give you an overview of how this works is that all these programs have very strict income guidelines. So we wanted to provide that to you. In 2021, the 80% low to moderate income for a household size of one was $39,900, up to a family of four to $56,950. So all of our programs are either to people that qualify based on their income, or in some programs, it's based on census tract, where we have greater than 51% of low to moderate income population. In the city of Auburn, we have 3 census tracts that meet that criteria: Census Tract 101, 103, and 105, which you see is the downtown area, Union Street, and New Auburn. So in the Auburn Community Development Office, we have a number of programs. We have the Community Development Block Grant Program in the first column, and you can see below that it's what the eligible participation is by population, what the uses are, and the budget. So annually, about $550,000 is for the CDBG program. During COVID, we had the CDBG COVID, which as also a low to moderate income area benefit. This is for public services, public infrastructure, and must be COVID related. It's one-time money, and it was $472,000. Under the home program, again, low to moderate income, so this is more income-based. We can do new construction, rental assistance, and home buyer assistance, and annually we have about $230,000 for that program. Home ARP, which again is directly COVID related, is by a qualified population. This is focused mostly on homelessness. So homeless shelters, rental assistance, and support services, one-time money, $850,000. Then we recently got the $3.4 million lead and Healthy Homes Grant, which is for low to moderate income, and especially with a child under 6 years old. So if there's a child under 6 years old in the home and is lead paint, we can help. And that takes care of lead abatement and rehab for pre-1978 homes. And again, it's a 3-year program with $3.4 million. To break down the block grant activities, public service, so basically our department monitors the recipients of this, which goes through a process. The program grants 2 sub-recipients. So therefore, if a nonprofit organization is providing some good work, they apply, it goes through a process, and they're approved. There's a 15% of that total budget for CDBG can be used for that, so about $83,000 a year. Affordable housing, again, staff managed projects. These are for emergency repair of safety and code violations. 10% of our budget is committed to that, about $55,000 a year. Lead grant match, so we're using the CDBG dollars to use match for the lead program. Again, staff managed. Most of this is weatherizations and rehab loans, which go along with the lead abatement. About 20% of our budget for that, or $110,000 a year. Public improvements, interdepartmental cooperation. This is for public infrastructure, spotlight, and neighborhood challenges. About 35% of our budget is set aside for that. It's $195,000 a year. This would be for improvements in certain parts of the community within those census tracts is what that normally looks at. Administration has a 20% cap or $110,000 a year to pay for the staff to be able to do this work. The Home Investment and Partnership Program, rental assistance, such as security deposits, utility hookups, $14,000 a year. Affordable housing, new unit construction via Community Housing Development Organization, or a CHODO, is 30%, 15% minimum per year we have to set aside for a qualified CHODO. Currently, our qualified CHODO is Auburn Housing. It's about $141,000 a year. Home buyers, down payment assistance requires primary lender participation, 12% or $56,000 a year. Lewiston shares, Lewiston split 3% admin, so 45% plus 3%, we get $225,000 a year to administer that program. Our administration cap is $33,000. So this is basically, the top part is us, and then we give them about the same amount of money. This is a consortium that was put in place a number of years ago. So Auburn oversees the entire program. Lewiston gets about half the program dollars, and they get a small amount of the administration dollars. Auburn Lead and Healthy Home Program, this is the brand new program. So lead testing for 150 units at $650 on average, $97,000. Lead mitigation and clearance, $1.5 million. Healthy homes, this is a program where they go in and they can actually do some additional things to make sure the home is healthy besides just the lead. It's about $3,600 per home or $400,000. Educational outreach, so this will be where we actually go out and provide educational programming for people who are living in homes that are pre-1978, about $332,000. Direct expenses of 21.4% or $800,000. The Cdb Fund Match of $390,000 comes into this, and then admin is 7.5% or $281,982. And again, this is all over a 3-year period. That's not an annual number. What do you got for questions?
So you just end on a black screen? Just done. Out of it at the end. Do we have any questions? And actually, before, there's a couple of notes here. First of all, Glenn, you do a lot. There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of different federal money. Throw in some Arpa money and extra grants that you get for lead. It's just compounding, right? I'm going to talk with the city manager about some additional workshops, kind of focusing on poverty abatement, ending poverty, and how we're doing that, as well as Auburn housing too. I think it's important you bring up a couple good points there, CHODA. You know, they're supposed to be creating new units annually. Are they creating new units annually? What's the count? How is that working in progress? Maybe that's something that we can bring their executive director in as well on.
Love to.
So if council, if you're okay with that, I'd like to start breaking down some of what Glenn does and really get Mr. Manager kind of getting into those specifics of ending generational poverty, creating more housing units, which is topical. Okay, makes sense? Because there's a lot of data points right here. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the well-thought-out, well-written description of what you guys do. I think this is one of the better, I think this is the best presentation that I've seen.
I thank you, but I would give all the credit to my team. I just read the slides.
It still was quite excellent, it was thorough, and it gave us a great snapshot of what your department does.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions? We're great, Glenn. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And in a nice sequential order, right after community business development, planning overview. What's your favorite quote, Eric? If you're not planning for the future, you're planning to fail?
If you fail to plan, you're planning to fail.
That's it, thanks.
So here tonight, just to give a general overview about the Planning and Permitting Department, we've made a number of changes over the past few years. Economic development, community development, and planning were broken apart. We still all consider ourselves part of the same team. We coordinate well, but we've broken out into separate departments this year, being the first year of having that separation. We are getting a lot of great press, in large part thanks to the council and mayor for the housing and commercial initiatives that Auburn has been implementing. Myself and my staff are proud to be a part of the team, receiving that positive feedback, and we look forward to working with you over the coming couple of years to keep making that progress. We're always happy to answer questions if there's a specific item related to the department over time, either in a forum like this or one-on-one if there are questions. We have 10 positions. We haven't had all 10 positions filled very often over the last couple of years. We currently have 9 of them filled. We're doing interviews for planner, development review coordinator on Wednesday, and really hoping to get back to full staff. Myself as the director, John Blaze as the deputy director. Tammy Thatcher is our permitting assistant. She's who you would see if you were walking in for a building permit, plumbing permit, electric permit most of the time. Amanda Kajanian is our administrative assistant. Chris Bowden is our code compliance building and plumbing lead. I'll talk a little bit more about the structure changes we did on the code side this past year to achieve some customer service goals. Charlie DeAngelis, our city electrician. Dan Brown, the electrician, will be moving some of the maintenance responsibilities out of this department. I'll talk a little more about that. Cy Wilkinson and Gary Judkins as code compliance officers. Relatively new, I've been here for a couple months now, and they're fitting in well, and we'll be doing the interviews, as I said, for that other position soon. Department functions. I would say that most of our time is spent on work that is not easily visible to the council or to the public as a whole. We spend a lot of time assisting the public with providing information that they need to make decisions about buying or selling or investing in their properties. We have done a lot over the years, and I still think if the council would like to, there's improvements to be made to ensuring that our local development reviews and local ordinances are efficient. Auburn has the ability to approve fairly large individual site developments if they're part of a larger commercial or industrial park approval that's already been through the planning board process. The individual developments can be approved at a staff level. It's something that speeds the process. Developers like the predictability of that, as well as having state delegated review authority. The state requires state permits for traffic if a project generates over 100 vehicle trips in a peak hour. For stormwater, if more than 1 acre of impervious area is created as part of a project, and for site law or site location of development, if a project impacts more than 3 acres of impervious area. Auburn has aligned our ordinances to meet the minimum state standards and demonstrated the capacity, so we're able to wrap that review process into our local site plan review, whether that's at a staff level for some projects or at a planning board level for others. We can turn that around in 20 to 40% of the time. That would typically take the state to approve the same plan. The developers like it because they get to put together one application instead of 2 applications, and the cost is about 25% of what it would cost at the state. We did recently partner with Auburn Suburban Little League on designing a project, and for ball fields. We'll be coming back to the council with updates on that before too long. But this was kind of the first time that I had been on the developer's side, essentially looking for quotes for site plan services. And we received a $10,000 discount from the consultant if we were able to keep the delegated review in-house. So from their perspective, they were saving $10,000 worth of work, not having to put together that second application. So there's a real savings there. The comprehensive planning process just wrapped up, substantial update, but we spent a lot of time on that over the last couple of years. Zoning implementation and land use compliance, I think that's going to be a major focus over the next couple of years as we move to implement a lot of the changes that have already been incorporated into the updated comprehensive plan. Permitting, MUBEC, Maine Uniform Building and Energy Codes. The codes that we're required to follow at a state level and implement locally are much more complicated than they have been in the past. There's a total of 5 codes incorporated into that building and energy code overview. Plumbing and electrical as well. Both are state codes that this community is required to follow. Ensuring a transparent public process for land use decision-making. Staff and I talk a lot about where our roles are compared to the councils, and we're really responsible for the process, making sure there's a process that's open, a process that lets people speak freely as you consider these decisions and gets them in front of you so you can hear what constituents want, as well as making sure that the information is out there and available online as well. We've done a number of community conversations over the past few years surrounding land use issues, and we're happy to do those as needed. Code enforcement, housing, dangerous buildings, junkyards. We will be before the council on almost any given year with dangerous buildings. The council can act as a judicial body in dealing with dangerous buildings. We try everything we can to get voluntary compliance before we do that, but that's something that we will bring before the council if needed. And this past year has been a big year on cleaning up junkyards that have been a problem for Auburn for a lot of years. 145 Eastman Lane is one that we're wrapping up. It'll be wrapped up this spring, but we made a lot of progress before it got snowed in this year. We'll be working on one at 1865 Hotel Road and 250 Hackett Road in the coming year. And those are really the 3 big long-term problem illegal junkyards that we've struggled with for years, and we're finally in a position to get those cleaned up. Electrical maintenance, it's kind of unusual to have electrical maintenance out of a planning office, but we've had that traditionally. We're working now with Public Works to move that out of planning and into a shop that's better equipped to handle the maintenance responsibilities. Ordinance updates, we're involved in a number of those, whether it's related to licensing or some other departments, whatever we can do to help. Monitoring and influencing legislation for Auburn's advantage. When it comes to the land use related information, we try to keep tabs on that and try to participate to further the council's goals in those processes. And Sam Boss from the Conservation Commission mentioned hydropower relicensing. 5 or 6 years ago, that definitely wouldn't have been on the list, but there were a lot of hydro facilities that were relicensed in the 80s, and there's a significant round of relicensings happening right now between 2019 and 2032, I think, is Auburn's kind of big window for 4 significant facilities. Those start 5 years before the expiration, so we're working on the Lewiston Falls one now that expires in 2026. I mentioned that we split the planning, permitting, economic development, community and business. We are still closely coordinated, but allowed to specialize more under this new structure and focus on our areas of expertise. We still do consider ourselves to be part of the growth quality investment team, a combination of those, and that was really a term that was coined out of the strategic plan. I mentioned a new style of staffing for code compliance. We had a fair amount of turnover over the last couple of years, but it was also an opportunity to implement some changes that we were talking about as that turnover was happening. And we've really focused on hiring people that can deliver high-quality customer service, that have some experience in the trades, but not necessarily a lifelong career in enforcement. So we've really tried to take people that are experienced in trades, but also have a great customer service attitude, and work with them to get the certifications to staff our code enforcement team. So far, it seems to be working well, and we'll hopefully have much better news over the next couple of years. And I mentioned the move to have electrical maintenance out of Auburn Public Works. This budget year will be the first year that you'll see a budget where that is shown in the budget, and staff will be moving in that direction, splitting out the inspection responsibilities from the maintenance responsibilities. It has not been a year or a couple of years without challenges. We've certainly tried to take advantage of those challenges with making adjustments to our team. But permit volumes, and this is a great problem to have, are setting records across all categories. But as we've transitioned through new staff, that's certainly been a challenge to try to maintain reasonable review times and also provide good information to people doing projects to help them make informed decisions. Major staff transitions. In the last 2 years, we have one remaining vacancy, but 6 out of the other 9 employees are new in the last 2 years. There's only 3 of us left on staff that have been here more than 2 years in the department. Managing COVID and quarantines, we're all dealing with this. I think one of the things that we talk among staff with is so are our customers. So people do seem to have a shorter fuse or get frustrated easier, but we're just trying to work through that with people, and we certainly see that in our customers. Ordinance changes, we're about to speed that up even more, but over the past year or so, we've made a lot of really meaningful changes to our ordinances. There's a slide coming up about that process, just so you're aware of all the steps that go into that. Permitting software, it's not meeting our needs. We have given it every chance I think that we can, including when it was purchased by a new company. We thought that was our chance to get the customer service needs met over time, and it just hasn't worked. So I think we're doing our best. There is a heavy workload, trying to find that balance to where we can push staff to do as much as possible to keep up with demands, but not forcing staff to feel overwhelmed. I feel confident that our new team is strong, and we've been able to make it stronger with every hire, so we're close to being back at full staff. We're here. We're here to support you in doing your work, so never hesitate to ask for help with that. Zoning changes, I think some of the most meaningful zoning changes we made in the last year or two are instituting the form-based code over a larger area of the community up the Court Street Hill into really our traditional downtown residential neighborhoods over into New Auburn. Allowing 2-family homes in every residential zone. We allowed them in almost every residential zone. The council expanded that to include the last sort of holdout zone, the low-density country zone. They're now allowed in every residential zone. As part of that, they no longer have to be in a single structure, and we're really seeing the public respond to that with, somebody could add a rental income property to their parcel, but what we're seeing more of is either the parents of a family downsizing into a second home, or giving their children an opportunity to come here and build a home for their growing family on the family parcel. And I think we're going to see a lot of benefit from that, not only for the new housing units, but also strengthening the family units that get to cohabitate that parcel and take advantage of that investment. We expect a lot of ordinance changes. There's 4 of them going to planning board tomorrow night, affecting over 3,000 properties. So we've been busy with that. Just wanted for a process awareness. You see the initiation quite often when the council does it. That triggers us drafting the text, trying to stand up all the information resources, get those on the website. Triggers a public notice to all of the property owners that are affected by a change, and all of those within 500 feet. Newspaper notice, that one's pretty simple. We already have it drafted based on the abutters notice. Fielding calls, I would say in general, we're seeing somewhere between 10% and 50% of the notices we send out result in a phone call during that 2-week period, a phone call or an email, leading up to that planning board meeting. With COVID, we decided, because of the large number of notices for tomorrow night's meeting, to require registration. We did that because we wanted to understand what to expect for a crowd and offer Zoom as an option if the crowds were going to be too big for this room and the room across the hall. We quickly realized that the crowds would likely be too large for those 2 rooms, and we have offered a Zoom option. We've been criticized a bit for that on social media for trying to screen people or trying to, regulate the number of people. We're not at all regulating the number of people that would participate. Quite the opposite. We're trying to make sure that people can feel comfortable participating in whichever way they want to. And we had a lot of people ask for Zoom because they weren't comfortable with a meeting that might have 50 people in this room. After that, we do the notices again for the council public hearing. We update all the information based on the planning board resources online on the website. We field the questions again based on the changes, based on the notices we sent out. We come back to you for either 3 meetings, a workshop and 2 public hearing and 2 readings, or it sounds like you may be open to ordinance changes that you've seen in a workshop initially, reducing that to 2 public meetings and skipping that second workshop, which will really shave about 2 to 3 weeks off of the process. Permit values, so far this year, by the numbers, we track the permit values of investment on the day that the permit is issued, not on the day that it's applied for. So far this year doesn't look all that impressive compared to previous years. We have just shy of 20 million issued. What is impressive is we have about 27 million on the building inspector's desk right now for recent applications. And we've approved a number of projects that are slated to be in for building permits between now and May, that we believe we will receive the applications in May and be able to issue in June. And that puts us above the 72 million that we had projected, even if we miss some of those, but I think we're gonna be closer to that 80 to 90 million range for this year compared to previous years.
You all owe $5 to the pool? Because Eric threw it out there, 72 million. Nicely done.
I think we will exceed that. We have the ability to miss a project or 2 by that date, issue it in June, still exceed it. And there's always projects that we don't know about that are coming.
I think the council could approve a double or nothing bet at 90 million or at least 85. Second. Okay.
So we do have a great year, a great forecast still ahead of us. We do expect a lot of investment in it. It's not any one sector either. Quite often, let me back up a little bit. As far as a workload measure, this is blown out of the water this year. We've subtracted the $104 million Edward Little High School plan review from this because we didn't think it was fair to compare to previous years. But as far as a building inspector and their workload, that included more than double what you see here this year. It's spread across all sectors. We've had a lot of multi-units constructed in the past couple of years. We have at least 500 units in discussion. Most of them are a mix, 24 to 48 units here, a 96 unit project, a 100 unit project, a lot of singles and duplexes, but over 500 units in discussion that we really think are probable over the next 1 to 2 years. Industrial, a lot of growth there, significant growth. Tam Brands with a $15 or $18 million expansion. Future Guard is wrapping up a really significant expansion, potentially with more plans. PacGen bought the Auburn Business Development Corporation subdivision, has a site plan that was approved for 50,000 square feet for their first building. Just a couple of weeks ago, we expect that to be permitted and under construction by April. Agron Appliance doing a significant warehouse. A lot of marijuana buildings. Commercial, Target is one that people are excited about. Olive Garden, still coming. Five Guys on Center Street and Jersey Mike's on Center Street. So there's just a real mix of projects. Our focus in '23, we expect one of our priorities to continue to be to try to get the projects that are ready in the ground, complete the reviews in a timely manner, keep them moving, issue the permits, so those projects can hit the books the following April for tax revenues. Comprehensive plan implementation, we expect to have a busy schedule of ordinance updates this year. Continue to provide information to the public to make sure our processes and the information is transparent. Transition electrical and maintenance to Auburn Public Works, and ensure that Auburn is a great place to live, work, and play and invest. to the extent that we can do that within our department. We recognize that every interaction is a chance to either slightly improve or slightly worsen the perception of our department in the city, and we work to try to make each one of those the best we can. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
I will make a statement. I don't think Jersey Mike's is public just till now, so congratulations. Jersey Mike's is awesome. Ryan,
I had a
any
question.
questions, Councilor Whiting?
How do people access the Zoom link for the thing tomorrow night?
So we have the link to the Eventzilla registration on the public notice and on our website. We're asking people to use that, and that will give them the Zoom link so that we can know, one, who's attending, and then two, who's actually attending via Zoom, so we can try to separate.
I was just wondering, because people, if they've registered for Eventzilla and then they might want to go to Zoom, then that opens up a seat for somebody who wants to come in person, because they couldn't get in.
We've notified everybody that's registered on Eventzilla of the opportunity for Zoom, and comparing my list of Zoom registrants to Liz's list on Eventzilla. So we'll do that one more time tomorrow, but we have plenty of capacity here in these two rooms as of today. There's no risk of turning anybody away.
You guys helped about 75% of everybody who called too, so people that are satisfied don't show up.
Yeah, we have really had a good response to those calls. I would say at least 75% of the people that we've talked to left those discussions either indifferent or feeling like there was some benefit to their particular situation from the changes. So
That's good. Questions? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On your slide, it talks about process awareness. You said initiation, petition, council, planning board. What is that, and how is that different than what Sue does for city clerk's initiatives?
Yeah, so for ordinance updates in the zoning ordinance, there's 3 ways that they can be kicked off or started. The initiation process can either be done by a petition with 25 registered voters' signatures. It can be started by council, a vote of the council, or it can be started by a vote of the planning board. So those are 3 different ways that an ordinance change, a zoning ordinance change, could be started. Sue has many more ordinances that she's responsible for, but we try to take care of the zoning part of it.
Right. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't positive. And then the electrical department moving up to public works. What's ever going to happen to the electrical building by the library?
So it's long been a goal of ours not to have to maintain that as an electrical shop. We have a city fire alarm system that was absolutely necessary when it was created in the early 1900s. There's a lot of other options now, so we're working on phasing that out, but we need that building to be heated and maintained and that equipment to be inspected daily. So we'll be looking at phasing that out and moving to wireless solutions for the city buildings as well as all the subscribers. But we're hoping to be able to, over the next 12 to 18 months, no longer need that for electrical.
Thank you.
And then I'm sure you'll be asked what happens to it after that.
At this point, we're going to have a lot more with planning and permitting over the next couple of months, workshops as well as ordinance votes, including tonight. So I'd like to thank you, Mr. Cousins. Great job. Double or nothing, 85 million.
Thank you.
Okay? Drive hard. I'm going to go on to communications right now, and considering the time of the day, if there's any communications from a counselor about events upcoming, please raise your hand. None being, oh,
Quick
Counselor.
note, Museum LA has got a new exhibit opening Wednesday. I think they're only open a couple days a week. I think it's Wednesdays and Fridays, fairly short hours, but it's all about shoes and textiles and brick making. It's all Lewis and Auburn stuff, so it'll be really good.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Gary, you had a communication?
I'd like our chair of the Age Friendly to talk about the upcoming event next week.
I think that's February 14th you're talking about.
Yes.
I don't have the sheet in front of me, so I don't know.
About-
It's going to be the snowball.
Oh, snowball event, meaning that We're inviting all people that are 50 years of age and over to come down to the senior center at Pettingill Park and join us from 11 a.m. until about 3 p.m. There'll be some dancing, there'll be music. We're asking you to come and, be fairly dressed in a nice pantsuit and or a dress, whatever. I'm not going to get in a dress. But anyways, it's open for anyone. It's free of charge. We just ask that you register with the Recreation Department.
You said over 50 years of age, though, correct?
Yes.
I can't. That means I cannot go because I'm not over 50. But Councilor Milks is, so he'll be
But,
there.
Mr. Mayor, you can be a guest, you and your wife.
That's right.
I'm always looking for a reason not to
And you
celebrate.
can bring your kids with you.
Might. Thank you.
The
Okay.
doors
We're gonna-
open earlier than 11
10 o'clock, 10
for
a.m.
anyone that would like to come in and socialize before we start doing events.
And
Also, there's going to be a spaghetti dinner,
spaghetti dinner free.
and that's partially why we
Okay, if we
need
can,
people.
if we can, instead of the banter, if we could probably just get maybe a communique out, that would be great, because now you've
Yes.
confused me.
We've got it.
So let's move towards open session at this point. Thank you. This is the first open session of the night. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to city business, which is not on tonight's agenda. Please step up to the podium, state your name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
My name's Dave Griswold. I live at 199 Gamage Avenue. I'm a member of the Conservation Commission and chair of the Community Forest Board. As a point of information, I wanted to make you folks aware that next Thursday night, the 17th, at 7 o'clock, we've arranged for Allison Canody, who is the state entomologist, to provide a webinar that we'll have a link to. It'll be about an hour session. We're going to do that in lieu of our regular Community Forest Board meeting. The focus will be invasive insects with a special emphasis on brown-tailed moth. I'll probably also touch on emerald ash borer and hemlock woolly adelgid, all of which are approaching Auburn. Auburn is actually in the quarantine area for the hemlock woolly adelgid. So this is an opportunity. We're doing it at 7 in the evening to hopefully get more people involved. Allison is offering continuing education credits for foresters and pesticide applicators. Through that, I think she'll be publicizing it, and we're working with Liz Allen and the folks over on the Lewiston side to get the word out, and we'll see how many people we can get to the webinar. Typically, when we've done this kind of thing in the past, we've got an in-person meeting and the attendance isn't very good. So I'm optimistic, having watched these things for the last couple of years, and we should get a lot of information out. The follow-up, the board is also going to do a field session on the Saturday, the 19th. Noel Skelton, who's the city arborist, has generously agreed to coordinate a field session. We're going to do it on the Mount Auburn Avenue side of the mall. If you recall from last year, there were a lot of crabapple trees along the edge of the parking lot that are infested, and he's going to demonstrate how to clip the nests and how to destroy them. And that'll be from 10 to 11:30 on the 19th. If we get snow, we've got a snow date on March 5th, also a Saturday. Thank you.
Great, thank you, David. Appreciate your work on this. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll now close the first open session. I'm going to move on to unfinished business, in which there are not any, which is positive. I am going to put us in recess for approximately 5 minutes. Stretch your leg, go to the bathroom, come right back. We have a little prep to do before new business, okay? So this council stands in workshop for 5 minutes. Second. Okay, I now declare this council back from recess. Thank you very much. I'm sure we all enjoyed a couple-minute break here. Moving on to new business at this point. Next is Resolve 01-02072022, approving the Auburn Water District $2 million bond to be used for a pipe replacement. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Gary, second from Councilor Whiting. Open this up to the public for comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on this ordinance? None being, I'll bring it back to council. Start off with Councilor Resolve, Councilor Milks, would you like to just give us a 30-second overview of this?
Sure. So
As chair?
as the Auburn Water District, we replace 2 miles of old pipe every year, is the goal that we do. And we've been traditionally paying with cash with the state of the bonds available today that we can get. We're looking at using for 2 years, replacing the pipe with a bond. We've got a bond retiring, and so it's really budget neutral, and we want to take the cash and put us in a stronger cash position as a department. So that's and use that bond to replace pipe.
Very good, thank you. Is there any other questions at this point? Debate? None being, ask for a vote.
Mr. Mayor, I would just add that the reason why it's coming to the city council is that if the water district was to default, that comes back to you. So for them to process this vote needs to be recorded so that they can move forward with it.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the resolve, please raise your hand. Opposed? None being, passes unanimously. Next is Order 20-02072022, authorizing the city manager to negotiate for the purchase of property located at 424 Mount Auburn Avenue. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Milks. I'll open this up to the public for comment. Is there any comment from the public? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, any debate, any questions? We did workshop this earlier. None being, I will ask for a vote by show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Next is Order 21-02072022, approving the Arpa funding allocation for employee retention. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion, Councilor Walker, second from Councilor Milks. I'll open this up to the public for comment. Is there any comment? Seeing none, I'm going to bring this back to the council. Council, I do want to take some prerogative here and explain certain things on this order. Right now, as an employer in the city, and if you ask any employer around the community, around the region, the state, they're going to tell you the same thing. It's extremely challenging at this point to hire, train, and retain quality individuals for all aspects of work, especially those that are in critical need positions. I'd like to commend the city manager and the assistant manager for bringing salaries and right-sizing staff, right-sizing packages, and making sure that we have everything in place to be a sustainable city in the long term and in the future, though we still have work to do on our end with regards to making sure our economic base is diverse and sustainable and growing. But we do have a unique position here with our ARPA funds, and I want to talk about that for a second. There's been a lot of conversation. It's happening around the state. It also happened just recently with our school committee as well, about premium pay. What I'd like to do is entertain a motion, okay, in order to increase this ARPA allocation to provide premium pay in the amount of $1,200 per full-time employee that meets the outline criteria set forth by city staff. That'd be all city or municipal employees, $1,200 full-time employees that meet the certain criteria. That would take effect relatively quickly. I'll let the manager explain a little bit of the mechanics of that as well after we make the motion. And also, money set aside from ARPA funds in order to, as a pilot program for retention, specifically amongst our patrol officers. I think these are two high-need individual areas in which the city needs to focus in. It would then bring the total allotted from our ARPA funds to $565,000. Currently, it's around $65,000. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to amend
So moved.
that the Auburn City Council hereby approves the allocation of $565,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funding, to support premium pay and retention efforts with municipal employees. I have a motion from Councilor Milks.
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Walker. I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend the order, please raise your hand. The motion passes 7-0. We now have on the floor a amended order. I turn it over to the city manager. Would you like to provide any comment on this?
Thank you, Mayor. As you will recall, and the public will recall, we've already allocated what Arpa is referring to is, and this is the American Relief Act, what they're referring to is premium pay. We've already allocated premium pay to the police department and the fire department. And that was at $1,500 of premium pay. We have looked at what other communities have allocated. We certainly have some that are higher, and we have some that are lower. We used, when we allocated the funds for fire and police, we used like a military hazard pay. That was what was used as a benchmark for us to determine that assisted income or premium pay for them. After that allocation was done, the U.S. Treasurer modified and came out with their final ruling regarding premium pay. And that actually opened up an opportunity to allocate those funds to all municipal staff, not just those that were closely connected with the public, like the fire and police were. So that's why we're coming back before you. As the mayor mentioned, the school department has moved in that direction, and certainly other municipalities as part of our looking to appreciate what our staff has done, but also part of our retention efforts as well to ensure that we're maintaining our staff. You've heard from almost every presentation here talked about challenges with retention, and so so every step that we can do to do that will be critical. The police component that was in here is regarding increasing the starting pay for entry-level police officers that come on the department. Currently, there are 5 steps within the patrol wage scale. What we will be doing is eliminating step 1 and 2 of that pay plan, bringing everyone to a step 3 level, including any new hires that come in. That allows us to bring an entry-level police officer at $52,000 a year. That will assist us in being able to recruit new officers. If you've seen anything in the media, there was a great presentation by one of the news channels recently regarding challenges across the state and the nation on hiring police officers. This allows us to be competitive in that process. I answer any other questions you might have.
Do you have any question, debate, for or against? None being, I'd like to call for a vote at this time. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Passes unanimously, 7-0. For the record, that elected officials do not count for these hazard pay bonuses. Question?
No, they
No, they don't. Just, I knew that. I just want to make sure. Okay. Next is Order 22-0207, 2022, approving the ARPA funding allocation for information technology. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Gary, second by Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public for comment. Anybody in the public like to comment? None being, and bring it back to council. Council, we've had several presentations, workshops on this. This is a kind of a consolidated ask on several projects and IT upgrades, to include the most recent one by Jill Cunningham and Mr. Wood. Is there any questions or clarification on this?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Staples?
I just want to clarify, is this ordinance, or is this resolved to initiate an open bid process for this software? Or is there already a vendor that's already been
No,
picked?
this is an order just allocating the funds. RFP and vendor selection is handled at staff level.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions, comments? None being, I'd like to ask for a vote by show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Passes 601. Next is Order 23-0207, 2022, approving the ARPA funding allocation for water and sewer studies and implementation stemming from the studies. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilor Gary, I got a second from Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public for comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment on this topic? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, this is going to help modernize and look at different bottlenecks we have within water and sewer in order to facilitate growth within our downtown corridors that are already identified. Is there anything else to add or any other questions?
Eric is certainly here to answer any questions, but we have identified about four different areas that need this study. When we talk about study on this, it's not just to do a study to see if it's needed. We know it's needed. The study actually does the design, and then allows us to be able to move forward with the implementation. Most of the time when we do these, we split those costs with the water district, and so say one of these projects is about $24,000. Normally, water district would pick up 12, and then we would pick up the remaining 12, or sewer district, I'm sorry. In this case, because of the ARPA allocation, it makes more sense for us to be able to leverage those ARPA dollars, be able to do that, and not pull from the funds that water district would be paying, taking from the ratepayers.
This also should finalize this problem, shouldn't it?
We've certainly had at least 4 projects that have been kind of on the bubble as new development happens on whether or not that needs to be upgraded or if a new pump station needs to be implemented. So yes, this will get us a lot.
I can say I'm familiar with one of the sewer lines, which has just been added to and added to and added to. And so the capacity is just not there for any significant addition to it. So it's preventing, any new connections, from what I understand.
Very good. I'd like to ask for a vote on this. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Next is ordinance 03-02072022, amending Auburn's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Article 14, taxi cabs. This is a public hearing and first reading. Do I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion, Councilor Milk, second from Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public. Any comment? None being. I'll bring it back to the council. Council, before we open this up for debate, I'll just remind you that, and Sue, please correct me if I'm wrong, with Robert's rules, if we have a supermajority voting in the affirmative, we can then vote to suspend the rules and dispense with the second reading. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, we can not have a second reading if there's anything on here that is meeting with overwhelming response. Okay? Is there any debate on this taxi cab ordinance?
Actually, let me just double check. I think it has to be unanimous.
Unanimous? I was wondering if a
I'm pretty
supermajority or unanimous. And would that trigger automatically a decline of the second reading?
Right.
Okay. Without us suspending rules. We'll keep this moving. Is there any debate? None being, I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor of this ordinance change, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. We'll give it a pause.
If it's unanimous, then,
The second reading is dismissed.
yeah.
You don't have to do it. Very good. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. It's one of those rare things that happens, I guess, on second
But I
reading.
do have to ask for a roll call, though.
Well, good thing I stalled.
Okay.
Okay, that's just a
Counselor
preacher.
Milks.
Yes.
Counselor Moran.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Staples.
Yes.
Counselor Gary.
Yes.
Counselor Whiting.
Yes.
Counselor Hawes.
Yes.
Unanimous. Oh. Unanimous, 7-0. Very good. Next is ordinance 04-0272-2022, amending Auburn's Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, fees and charges. This is a public hearing and first reading. Anyone in the public like to comment on this? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Excuse me, before I'm getting past 9 o'clock almost, I'm getting sloppy. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilor Whiting on the second. Thank you. Now I'll open this up to the public. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment, please step up to the podium. None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, this is in reference to the previous order in which we discussed, same topic. Any debate? None being, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Counselor Milks.
Yes.
Counselor Moran.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
Counselor Staples.
Yes.
Counselor Gary.
Yes.
Counselor Whiting.
Yes. Yes.
Counselor Hawes.
Yes.
Point of clarification, was this to dispense the second reading as well?
No, this was for the ordinance 04, unanimous vote. I thought you just said automatically dispenses of the second reading.
It doesn't automatically, I'm sorry.
Oh, so we-
But,
You have to announce it?
yes.
Yeah.
Is that,
It would make sense.
It would make sense, yes. This would
Okay.
dispense the second reading.
okay.
Okay. No objections to that?
No.
No point of order? Okay, very good. Passes 7-0. Next is ordinance 05-02072-022, adopting a disorderly house ordinance. It's a public hearing and first reading. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. Moved.
And a motion from Councilor Hawes, second from Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public. Any comment? None? I'll bring this back to the council. Council, is there any questions, clarification, or debate, either pro or con? None?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor
Yeah,
Staples.
when we talked about this in the workshop, we were told that we might get some details on what kind of enforcement level we would have expected in the past with historical data. I just wonder if that has been put together, because I didn't see it in the packet.
My apologies, Counselor. Yeah, I thought I'd answered it when we had it, but we can certainly make it available again. But I think it's, if I recall correctly, we're looking at about, if this was to go into effect, part of this process, much like, I think I used
Portland as an example. When they implemented this ordinance, they've had one actual violation since, I think it was 2011. However, when they started, they certainly had a lot more that were immediately in violation. However, was able to work with the staff to come up with a plan to then eliminate that. I believe the police chief had mentioned there was about 30 incidents. 30 incidents where there was, that would meet this threshold currently. 30 locations, maybe that's a better way to say it.
Any other comments or questions?
Thanks, Brian.
Any other chairs being broken?
I want to lighten the mood.
That's going on the CIP. Councilor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been doing a lot of thinking on this. With all the additions of all these units, this may end up being a good thing, because right now, I guess our officers keep going to respond for calls after calls at the same place. And because there's nothing in ordinance, there's nothing for them to act on. And if we have the 2,000 units, they could be coming and going all the time. So that's why I'm supporting this, to give our police department the tools to work with.
Councilor Gary, I think, just to respond to that, we talked about, we had Gorhams and we had Portlands.
Right.
We blended that. And the piece that I blended is what I've highlighted up here, is just bringing that table in so that it really breaks out if there are more, so it's a different threshold for the number of units within a building. So, so that someone who has, a 30-unit building isn't meeting the same threshold that someone with.
Oh, I meant a blanket, all the different units and things that we are, not just specific to one. Yes.
This time I'd like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Milks,
Yes.
Counselor Moran,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Counselor Staples,
Yes.
Counselor Gary,
Yes.
Counselor Whiting,
Yes.
Counselor Hawes.
Yes.
Passes unanimously 7-0. I'm going to go back to the clerk, just to get this correct, and just push off a second reading, second vote on this.
Mr. Mayor, this
No.
will need to come back before you. It is still currently under legal review.
Got it, very good, never mind then. Moving on. Second open session on the night.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Nope, next, I've got two more things, I'm sorry. Next is ordinance 06-02-07-2022. Board and Committee Restructure Ordinance. This would amend the Auburn Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 5, Boards and Commissions and Committees, by striking Division 5, Conservation Commission, and Division 8, Agricultural Committee, and replacing Division 5 with a Sustainability and Natural Resource Management Board, as included in the packet. This is a public hearing and first reading. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I got a motion from Councilor Walker and a second from Councilor Milks. Open this up to the public for comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to comment?
All right, hello again, everybody. I would just like to give you a little bit more context from the perspective of those of us who were involved in this process. I received a memo from the mayor along with the chair of a number of the other committees that are impacted by this in late December. We had the ad hoc committee on committee meeting. We had a discussion. I think we had a very productive discussion, had some points that came up in terms of what could be improved with communication, specifically interfacing between the different boards and committees and the council and the planning board specifically. Because we felt, the Ag Committee, the Conservation Commission, we've been operating well independently, but we're interested in working with the council to improve communication structures and ensure that we're coordinating efforts across the board. So I think, based on the feedback that we got, based on the proposal that we got, we had a working group that we put together of members of the Ag Committee, the Conservation Commission, the Community Forest Subcommittee, and the former members of the Ad Hoc Recycling Committee. And we had a very productive discussion. I think much of what we came up with is retained in the language that you see before you, but there are a couple of things that I'd like to highlight for you that I'd like you to consider tonight. First, I would say it's not clear to me how the appointment process would work under the structure of the current ordinance. I believe that we have really fantastic volunteers who have done great work to keep these committees going and to make them function effectively. I really want to make sure that every single one of those volunteers has the opportunity to continue their work to the extent of the council-appointed term that originally put them on those boards and committees. I think that's really important in terms of the message that we send. They've been vetted through an appointment committee process. They've put in the time and energy to do this work. They bring a lot of expertise. So I just want to be really clear that those people who are on these boards and committees will be retained as part of this restructuring. The other thing I would say is I think the biggest difference between what we submitted and what you see before you here is a change in language, which also reflects a change in focus in terms of the Agriculture Committee becoming the Natural Products Committee. So in terms of the language that we proposed and what's here, we really lose the emphasis on food and agriculture, which I think is an important thing to keep. It's a part of the comprehensive plan. It's an important sector of our economy, and it's an important part of our heritage in Auburn. And so I'd really like to see the council think about restoring the language of agriculture or restoring the focus on food in terms of the responsibilities that are outlined for this particular working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boss. And I gotta say, the work that you did, you took the intent that we had, you took the initiative, you ran with it, and you produced something that accomplished 95% of the work. As someone who's used to being in leadership positions, it's all you could ever ask for. It's more than you could ever ask for. So thank you so much on that. That really helped clarify things.
Hello again. I'd like to echo some of what Sam said and add to it. I think the committee structure that we proposed, I was involved in the team that developed this as well. And I have experience on conservation, the forest board, and also agriculture. So it was useful to do that. The other thing that I have experience in is sustainability. When I worked for Verso Paper, I was the certification manager, managed the forest fiber sourcing and chain of custody system for the company. And in that capacity, I spent a lot of time responding to customers, stakeholders, et cetera, about sustainability issues. And the company used that sustainability function with the science sustainability manager to drive progress in the company. And it did a lot to improve the company's image because we could show continuous improvement. I think the inclusion of the sustainability working group here with the idea of having a sustainability manager added to the city staff is a real plus. And I think that this structure will work more efficiently and help drive progress. The issue that I have that also as member of the Agriculture Committee, If you look at the original charge to the Ag Committee that came out of this council, or the former council in 2019, and the charges that we presented a report on several weeks ago had a lot of emphasis on promoting agriculture and promoting local food. And neither of those items remain in the draft before you. I was looking today about the comprehensive plan, and it says that one of the future updates will be on the topic of promoting food access and growing Auburn's agricultural economy. Those priorities, which have been established in the past, appear to be omitted in the description of the natural products section here. And my other concern is that the natural products concern will be very confusing to the public. I don't know what natural products are. Most of my memory in terms of natural products goes back to the 70s, when it was sort of a buzzword for marketing everything was natural. And that's not there anymore. So I think it would confuse the public, and I think to promote what the Agriculture Committee has done over the last year and a half, and what the comprehensive plan asks us to do in the future, we need to retain the verbiage of Agriculture and Forestry Committee. Another point I would like to remind you of, I look at the city seal. It was when Auburn became a city in 1869. I'm sure agriculture was a significant part of the economy of Auburn. If you look at the seal, it's all the shoe industry, but the shoe industry is gone. Agriculture remains, and with the emphasis on shortening supply chains and climate change, I think we have a real opportunity in Auburn to take advantage of our agricultural heritage and the present agricultural operations to make that a more significant part of Auburn's economy. So I hope you will reconsider the language. I hope you will take the time. Perhaps the city manager can provide the language in the original draft that our team put forward, and it can be reviewed. I'm a little surprised that this process didn't go back to the Committee on Committees, or at least be workshopped with you folks. So I hope we don't move too quickly and we come up with a plan that will really be a positive influence on moving the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griswold. Let me just address, there are some questions in there, and I want to just clear this up for the council, okay? First of all, in the first paragraph in your packet about members, there's 2 levels of members. We actually left this extremely loose on a membership standpoint so that it can be very, very inclusive of everyone. So anyone that wants to be part of the Natural Products Subcommittee, Forestry Subcommittee, and so forth, will then get together. They can be. Absolutely participation in any one of those 4 standing work groups. Encourages everybody to have a say. From that group, they will then select a representative to the overarching board, Sustainability and Natural Resource Management Board. That individual will be approved by the City Council, so they will nominate one of their own up. That individual then meet, and the SNRB will meet on a quarterly basis to help with facilitate communications from the standing work groups to the City Council, Planning Board, and vice versa. So it is clearly laid out, their term, the term lengths, how they are appointed, how they are confirmed. Second, natural resources versus agriculture. This came after some conversations with staff, with members of the community, and so forth, and it became really clear that, while we talk about agriculture quite significantly throughout our mission statement, throughout the makeup of this organization, and give it goals to promote local resource-based economy, to work to protect soils of statewide significance, promoting farms and farmlands, we also have to be more inclusive of all of our natural resource-based economy. We just talked with Mr. Cousins about marijuana. That's a natural resource-based economy. It's huge. They don't have separate representation, and they are allowed in our agricultural zone as well as commercial and industrial zones. Woodlots, fiber, gravel, aggregate, all of which are currently approved within our agricultural resource or natural resource protection zone. Those are all very active industries, and probably the aggregate and brick industries, i.e. Moran's Brickyard out in South Auburn. No relation, I hope, right? You have to recuse yourself, I mentioned it. Probably are some of the two most significant economic generators in that agricultural resource protection zone. I believe they need a seat at the table in order to look at their interests as well. And I encourage everyone in the natural-based products category, the commodity category, to be involved in this. So it is there, it is spelled out, there is a focus on agriculture, and none of this is actually diminishing any of the work done by the Agricultural Committee historically, or the Conservation, but rather trying to work at expanding what they're doing, enhancing communication. And I gotta think, Dave was part of that meeting too. They provided great feedback, and whereas we can't just adopt all feedback, we do have to make some decisions internally, and this is what we think we're presenting. That's gonna be frankly, a quite diverse and hopefully very robust organization. But obviously that's up to you to ask questions about and make your own determination. I'll open this up to the council and or the manager for any comments on this, the process, as well as the outcome. Questions? Comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So these committees met and they wrote a document. Point of information, why wasn't their document used instead of what we see before us?
Well, 95% of it is, maybe 99%. This is actually the document we edited, that they sent to us, edited down in order to change agricultural to natural resources, but this is their document.
Because parts of, a couple
They
parts
did a really
that-
good job. I'm like, we're not gonna recreate the wheel.
I do think Mr. Griswold makes a good point about natural products. It's vague, and maybe we could amend to say natural products and agriculture and add a couple of the items that were deleted from, I think local food supply was one, and hunger issues under the working group, which, you know, kind of brings back some attention to agriculture
Without
without
alienating
detracting
bricklaying or
from some of the
aggregates.
other issues that you talked about, which, you know, and I do think local food supply is going to become increasingly important. I mean, people are buying more and more local food sources. Dave and I talked about that the other day. I mean, there's this hydroponics place in Lisbon that is expanding
Springworks.
and expanding and expanding. There's an opportunity for Auburn to be involved in that type of agriculture as well, I think.
Are you suggesting amending, or where,
Just amending that section on the working
is
group.
this under natural products working group?
Yes, just amended to be natural products and agriculture
Working group?
working group, and then add, you know, about local food supply and hunger issues, which I think was in the previous.
So
You know,
like
job
add that as
description.
like a G? Like a
Yeah,
G on
yeah,
that?
yeah.
Would that,
Yeah,
It says it. Look at point D.
so it's in there, okay.
Provide assistance and context for local agriculture and resource-based commercial initiatives at state and federal level. I mean, it's calling out agriculture,
Yeah.
working to
And then it
protect
says-
soils. I mean, the council can amend all they want, but I want to make sure that you understand what you're amending so that you don't duplicate.
Sure.
but my question is this is 95, 99% of the way there. Is there something simple that doesn't change the substance, that could put it 100% with a small amendment based on what
Yeah, that's
what
all I'm trying to do,
Counselor Whiting is
just not to
saying?
prolong it.
It very well could. It won't be 100%, no. There's been some
Well,
other
you know,
structural
whatever,
changes.
90, whatever, but to satisfy, you know, the members that worked hard on this. And that,
If a counselor wants to make a motion to amend,
So-
council can.
I'll let Counselor Whiting.
Yeah, just to amend the Natural Products Working Group name, the title to become Natural Products and Agricultural Working Group. And then to add a section G.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Natural products and agriculture
Agricultural working
working group.
Yeah. And then add a section G to, I guess, what's the word, for local food supply?
Promote.
Foster or promote local food supply and address hunger issues. Could just do it in one, don't need to, I don't think.
Promote local food supply and
Address or monitor hunger,
address
address hunger issues.
Address
yeah.
local.
Local hunger issues.
Okay. Okay. I have a motion on the floor. Nobody asked me to repeat it.
I'll second it.
Motion to amend the order, excuse me. I
I'll
have a
second
second
it.
from Councilor Geary. I'll open this up to debate or comment from council. Is there any?
This
None?
is just on the amendment, right?
This is just on the amendment, not the complete order.
Okay.
Do I have any debate, conversation? None being asked for a vote on the motion to amend the order. All those in favor? Okay, it stands approved 7-0, as amended. Now we're back to the initial order.
Point of information, though. If we lump all this together, are we taking from the agricultural committee the powers and stuff that they did or could do to help promote our farming, research grants, and things like that? The reason why I'm trying to be very cautious is because if Representative Bickford's bill passes, that's going to blow up ag land as we know it and open up for development. And it could also change the taxes people pay on that. So farmers that have land that they want to keep whole and work as farming, they may need more help to grow more crops and do different
Councilor
things.
Gary, if you're not, instead of going down, I think.
No,
if you look-
I'm just-
Yes, it's in here. Your question is answered in here. It does
I read
work
it,
with
but
the
I
city
just want to
manager.
make sure that they can keep their powers and be intact to help the farmers with their economy and their stuff.
What powers do they have to help farmers economically before
Well,
currently?
weren't they charged with looking for grants and finding, trying to help farmers to do, help them with their farming efforts, to help them to grow, and also to encourage other farm ventures, as well as try to look for grants to help supplement like different things that they need dealing with farming?
Councilor Gary, if you look at I've got it highlighted here for page 1, section 2-480, the powers and duties of the SNRB. So a lot of that's working up to the larger group. So the work
Right.
groups, so that can also be pushed down to the work group to do the work. And then it
Right.
flows back up to the large group, which has their umbrella of the powers and duties. And under number 5,
I mean, I've read this thing, I understand it, but I just
But this
want to
is-
get a true handle on this.
this is the point where you're asking about applications for grants for federal and state government or private sources and carry out the city's commitments to sustainability and responsible natural resource management. That's where the committee
Okay.
kind of came up, well, the group, rather, the work group that worked on this language. I think that's where they consolidated a lot of that, so that's all under here. So that'll flow from the work group up, and then also from the SNRB back down to the work groups.
Good, as long as our local farmers and our ag committee can do their due diligence to help grow the farms industry.
I'd
That's
like to
all.
comment. I was ad hoc on
Yep,
this.
Councilor Moore.
You know, and this transcends the agricultural subject and the conservation subject. I've heard from a lot of constituents across the whole city that they put in this incredible amount of time, and this is comp plan included and a lot of subcommittees. There's all these committees, these groups doing all this work, donating an incredible amount of time, and they don't feel like the results of that work ever gets heard. And it never makes its way up the flagpole. And the thing that really appealed to me after this conversation was it was very flexible, and there was a genuine earnest to try to find the right mix and to consolidate the messaging a little bit, to allow left hand to know what right hand's doing and to be a little more effective. And I think the biggest goal of what this is trying to accomplish is actually closing that gap between what conservation is identifying and communicating with city council. So that's what was the positive to me, was just really creating a much more streamlined avenue for communication to city council, because there's a lot of topics here. a lot of information, and we have some very qualified people doing it. But to be able to communicate in a very concise way, in a streamlined way, I think is an absolute benefit to our farmers and the agricultural endeavors of Auburn, if you will.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I think Joe really hit the nail on the head with that. It's trying to improve communication between the groups so that one hand knows what the other hand is doing, and they actually, get some recognition for all the work, because it's like, in just going to that committee and reading all the different agendas and just the minutes of their meetings, I just was astounded at all
It's a lot.
the work they do for free for the city. Appreciate it.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, if I may.
Councilor Staples.
Yeah, I want to take a minute to just to say that, that these groups did a lot. They really accomplished a lot with this in a short amount of time. If you look at the groups, we have some really dedicated volunteers for the city that are accomplishing good work. Especially the Conservation Committee and the Agriculture Committee have recently given us reports of the last year's worth of work, and it's commendable. I think the city is really lucky to have these volunteers, and I'm glad that this will allow them to continue being volunteers. So, I think thank you for this work.
Mr. Mayor, one final clarification, just for those who are currently serving on the committees. If this passes, what we'll request from the chairs of those committees is for the committee to recommend one representative from their committee to come before the city council for appointment on the SNRB. The hope here would be that all members would continue as a work group member, but they would be appointed by the SNRB for that work. That won't need to come back and be vetted through the council in that process. They would be able to add others to that work group as needed and as the workload shrinks or grows, whatever that might look like. So hopefully it's retaining everyone that's currently doing that work that Councilor Staples was just mentioning, but they would just come in under the work group. So if this passes, we'll give enough time to go back out so that each of those boards can have their meetings to recommend a name to come forward for the council for consideration.
That said, I'm going to call for a vote. Roll call vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. One last thing. As it's written currently, and I just noticed the change, the difference on this, the header under Division 5 for Sustainability and Natural Resource Management Board will continue on as the header on the other pages, but for some reason that did not change over on the header
I
on
see
the
that.
page 2. So we'll just note that as clarification. That's just more editing than anything else.
Got it. Okay, very good. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Milks?
Yes.
Counselor Moran?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes?
Counselor Staples?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Whiting?
Yes.
Counselor Hawes?
Yes.
Passes unanimously, 7-0. Last open session, no. Hold on, 1 second. At this point, I'd like to entertain a motion to suspend the rules. This is an action deriving from executive session per our agenda today.
Motion is suspend the rules?
Second.
Motion, Councilor Milk, second from Councilor Whiting, suspend the rules. All those in favor of suspending the rules? Passes unanimously. Rules are now suspended. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion that the City of Auburn, that the City of Auburn and the City Council hereby approves the allocation of $250,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act funding to support the evaluation and analysis of transportation efforts throughout the city and the region.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second? Second from Councilor Mills. Public comment? None. Bring it back to the council. Council, questions, debate? Mr. Manager? All set. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Approved, 7-0. Now, I'll open up to the second open session of the night, but there is nobody here, so I will now close the second open session. Reports. Mayor's report. There's a lot of meetings around with a lot of, except for Rita's here. She is somebody. Rita is somebody. She just, yeah. poison my coffee tomorrow. So, a lot of things going on, a lot of meetings with different arts groups happening in the city, educational groups, theaters, museums, you name it, all local, regional. Very exciting, and the general gist I want to share with you is, it seems that all of these groups are really coming together, and they're focused and they're motivated around Auburn, our current success, and they're excited about our future success, because I think they realize our future success and our growth will actually help empower them and lift them up and help them grow. So a lot of positives there. A lot of news articles being written about our efforts, really leading the state with regard to zoning reform, modernization, equity, inclusion, really inclusion and diversity work. And that's going to continue going. I know there's a lot of questions about that, a lot of actions that people want to take, and we'll get to it very, very quickly. So we are also working at the state level on different legislative issues as well, pushing those through, making sure that they benefit the city. Lastly, I will report on the school committee. I will say that I went into the school committee knowing I know nothing, and I've been extremely impressed with the level of professionalism, of deep analytics that are going into everything from financing or finances to performance, and really just self kind of evaluation and fixing on failure, even though they didn't use those terms, that's my term. Nothing's really failing, but they're fixing things as they see it, and I'm very, very impressed with that. I currently serve on the curriculum committee as well as chair of the finance committee, so I've got a lot of extra meetings on top of that. If there's any questions that anybody has on the council, just ask me. Okay, so that is my report. I'll turn it over to councilors. Councilors, reports? I'm just going to kind of move around the room until I hear someone speak. No? Councilor Staples.
Yeah, well, the Auburn Public Library Board met on January 25th. We had an overview of the finances for the library, as well as introduction for me to the committee as my first meeting. Our next meeting is February 22nd, 4:30 on Zoom. There's also an LATC meeting this Thursday at 4 o'clock on Zoom.
Very good. Thank you, Councilor Staples. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. First, our next city council meeting will be on February 22nd. That does not need to be a change by the council. Just, you've already passed that order that it will now be the Tuesday following the holiday. So I just want to remind the public and remind you of that meeting. Next is some of the planning process is going to be underway for the naming of John Jenkins Bridge, footbridge from Auburn to Lewiston. That includes representatives from Auburn and Lewiston, as well as Ann Parker, who is John Jenkins' life partner, and she will be part of that process. We'll be meeting this week, working out those details, and hopefully coming forward with information to the public very soon on that celebration of that ribbon cutting for the naming of the footbridge. Also, just winter operations. I'm going to probably keep bringing this up to you just because I do not want any surprises for you. But we are watching winter operations very closely. Some of our storms have been challenging storms. When you have a storm that spans over 24 hours, that's when we really become challenged at Public Works on trying to meet some of those demands for overtime. Our overtime is currently at about 82% of our budget. We know that it'll only take one more storm probably. We have one tonight. So we'll see how that hits. But unfortunately, this will be a short storm.
Right now.
So we're hoping for that, but it's still going to be a challenging storm. Each storm lately has been with a lot of precipitation going on regarding those. I mentioned before regarding our salt allocation. I think our final delivery of salt, of 300 tons of salt, has been delivered. After that, that's what we budgeted. After that, we'll be making additional cost, obviously at a different rate than what we had initially brought in. So we are depleting that quickly. So we are working with the Public Works Director, working with the team. Their team is doing a great job. I think that just battling this last storm was difficult. All of you had to do your driveways. You know what that challenge was like. Just multiply that out over 450 roads. So the team did a great job on that. The Public Safety Building Committee has been meeting weekly. So they've been doing a great job. We're getting a lot of volunteers, and they will be having their final presentation from the Wooded and Curran firm. They'll be doing their final presentation to them. Then the Public Safety Building Committee will then put their final recommendations together. I hope to see that presentation come back to you latest by March 7th. So, moving right along, part of that process is we know we need to make sure you have plenty of time to discuss it, make sure the public's well-informed, because this is an item that will need to go back out to the public for a vote. So, so we're making sure that it's a good process, encourage people to be monitoring that, participating. Last one, it was already mentioned regarding the planning meeting tomorrow. Still time to go ahead and register. Councilor Whiting, that's actually on the front page of our website, is where you can go and connect to that Eventbrite. You can click on that link and be able to register. Part of that reason is we've had some challenges before with some Zoom bombing. We don't want that, so that's why we have to require that. So it's not about monitoring who participates or anything else, but it's just, we want to make sure that's going to be a good process for everybody who participates. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Now, over we move over to the finance report. Jill?
Okay, you have December's report. You've had it for a while now, because I wasn't here. And I'm not going to go into it too deep unless somebody has a question, because you will get the next one in a couple of weeks. It's already done, but and we're looking fine as of January, just as much as we were here. So we're right where we belong, and I'm not concerned. But if anybody has specific questions, I will try to answer them for you.
Thank you, Jill. At this time, is there any questions?
Motion to accept.
No questions. Motion to accept. Okay, second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Approved. 7-0. That was quickest I've seen Councilor Walker move. We do not have an executive session. We do have an adjournment. All those in, excuse me, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We now stand adjourned. Thank you very much, folks. Good meeting.